Look at this little brick shithouse.
Here comes the new challenger.
All right.
Crush them.
Okay, we're streaming. We're gaming, lads and ladies. Someone is looking at my feet an awful lot across the room. We don't have feet on stream. Okay, we don't have feet on stream. And I can hear in the background silence. Not the background in the room, because I hear the TV behind me in the room. But I can hear that the capture card has failed in the background. So that's not cool. Also, I see that I continue to peak in my microphone, so it's probably louder than ever. going to turn it down a little bit. Hopefully Gray or somebody else will be around soon and can tell me if the audio mix is bad once the game audio is piped back in. Okay, let's go fix our capture card, shall we?
Fire Emblem.
Yes, there it is. That old familiar sight of absolutely no gameplay whatsoever. Let's see if a simple toggle will fix it today. No, that could never work. No, why would that work? Alright, hold on. Let's try something new. It's working good on my other screen. SpongeBob, what's up? Hey, perfect timing to see my usual streaming issues. My capture card is a betrayer.
So is this all I can expect from this relationship?
SP, what's up, man? As I was just saying, yeah, the stream begins and the capture card immediately dies.
So is this all I can expect from this relationship?
Hey, thanks guys for the follow. All right, let's try this again. Let's see. You gonna work? Hey, there we go. That's the trick. Perfect. Okay. Beautiful. Where were we? All right. Yes, we had one mission left. God, we have so many of these to do still. And the one that's to do is Mercedes. Not looking forward to that whatsoever, but there's no sense in putting it off any longer. We got to do it. We're all here now. Yes, it's true. Thank you guys for joining me. Yeah, and again, thank you for the follows. Do you use Streamlabs OBS? No, I use regular, boring OBS. It is boring except when it doesn't work, and then it becomes very exciting. Also, please let me know if the audio is doing anything strange. Last stream I added a compressor. Compressor seemed to do wonders for my dynamic range for my voice, but did not seem to do any favors for the game audio. And it certainly did no favors for any number of clips that I play over the top of it. So those might be loud.
So boring.
We'll see. We'll see. Something strange is Japanese voices. Yes, that's all we play with in this household. That is the only requirement for me to stream. My girlfriend requires it. I require it. 906. I have to take a momentary break in 15 minutes to receive we'll call it a package at my front doorstep. Do you have any filters on your mic? I reckon a suppressor and noise gate would help with the background noise. I have not. I used to have a noise gate when I was streaming from what was it called? The Twitch specific streaming client. I don't even remember what it was called. And that had other issues with clipping. I could never really dial it in. And then I moved over to OBS. Haven't really looked back, but also haven't really looked into the audio. Who died? Nobody has died. No deaths. My dignity died in the last run as a result of an untimely death to Claude. Unfortunately, he was killed by Hubert, which explains my vendetta against Hubert. You can see the tweet from Claude explaining the whole situation here on screen. He has a pretty good attitude about it. But yeah, he was absolutely murdered. And we are on a bit of a revenge quest, and we are going to kill Hubert with Hanneman. We are potentially compromising the entire run for revenge. So Hubert does have Meteor. I'm trying to run him all the way up to level 30, even though he's not really a primary combat unit. And when we eventually do make it to N-Bar, we're going to work Hubert down to low HP, drop a Meteor on his head, and basically claim victory over him. Yeah, we're going to use Hanneman to do it. Somewhat unintuitively, because again, he is not really being prepared as a backup unit. He's not being used actively. He's basically just taking experience away from the rest of the team. But it's pretty funny. So we're doing it because it's a lark. Yes, Hubert killed the run. That was a game over in a run, which we cannot have those. That was 66 hours in, by the way. So that was not a treat. But there's the plan. That's basically who we're using. That's who you see in front of you. And this is like kind of a tricky paralogue for an Iron Man because the game, you know, lies to you, as it so often does, about our challenges that we're going to be facing. Mercedes has been used as an adjutant, but she's not really a combat unit. Basically, she's just around to spike Annette's hit rates. So she's a flyer out of the necessity to fly to be her adjutant. Casper has not been used at all since recruitment. He was recruited kind of late though, so he's actually kind of okay. He'll still get doubled and killed by everybody. Maybe he could take a hit from these snipers that spawn in back here. Tough to say. Certainly he would not be able to do any type of combat with the heroes. So these guys are off the table for him. So I think generally speaking, pardon me, it's not until I start streaming that my voice starts to have problems, is we're just going to run up this right side and probably try and reconvene with these guys down this way. So we'll just march these guys over to the right as close as we're able to. We're going to stay 4 squares away from them at all times, because if we get too close that will trigger reinforcements, and obviously we cannot have that. Once these guys are all cleared out on this side, we will spring the reinforcements. I think we'll end up running up here, sweeping them out. The Dark Knights that spawn on this side will run to the right. We'll be able to hit and run them in the middle of the map. They will face no chance against our flyers, because God knows we've got plenty of them. And at that point we should just be able to run back around and sweep the other direction. So it should be pretty straightforward. We may or may not remember to get the Umbral Steel. Inconsequential. No, I think, SpongeBob, you are in good company when it comes to hating that design. But nevertheless, we are still going to marry her. That is our S support in the making for female Byleth. What up, Gray? What's going on, dude? Far cry from Annette's. Yes, truing. We are truing here. So unlike last time when we did this, we actually do have a get out of jail free card in Rescue Flame. So that's pretty nice. And I'm trying to remember how we set this up. So Flame has the stride. How do I want to do this then? We have Stride, we've got Blessing, and then I don't think we've got Retribution. I don't think we... Oh, we don't have any Battalion. Well, that's why we do our checks, isn't it? Surely there's one free that you can have in case of emergency. I guess you might be called in to actually like finish off a unit, worst case scenario. So we'll just try and juice your damage. You, on the other hand, we offloaded our support gambits, so we don't need to worry about that for you. Our guy is pretty weak though, so I think we probably do need to just spike his physical attack as much as we're able to. I would kind of prefer not to give him a gambit like that though. I guess, yeah, Leicester Mercenaries is probably best. All of your team either uses magic or is a Wyvern Rider. See, SpongeBob, that's where you're wrong. Annette is both. She is a Wyvern Lord who uses the Bolt Axe and the Lightning Axe combat art. That is her only purpose in life, unless she is specifically targeting an armored unit. She'll one-shot them with a hammer or mace, whichever one she needs to use. And then if she's fighting a monster and I don't feel like burning any like bolt axe use, sometimes I'll just swing a silver axe on that enemy. She's got 27 strength and 29 magic, so she is almost like a 50-50 unit. It's kind of crazy. In an Iron Man, optimized builds are a must. Yes, we can leave nothing on the table, Gray. We must not. Yeah, no, this Annette Gray is actually worse than my last one. in the last run. I think that she was a couple levels higher when the run ended. I think she was at like 31-31 or 32-32. It was crazy. I'm sorry. It was crazy, except it's happening again, once again. It's my girlfriend says fuck you because I'm getting too lucky with Annette being this good. But I am paying the price because Claude's strength is only 28, and it's only 28 because I believe we gave him 5 points of strength last stream. We gave him like the 2 energy drops or whatever they're called in this game and a Rocky Burdock. So he was actually extremely low. He's very fast, and our Sylvain is also very fast. He's sitting at 36 speed, and I don't believe that he has gotten any speed boosters, but you know, as is always the case, I do juice our students with a ton of speed from cooking. So we did cook 3 times for speed. All about that speed. You should marry Annette, not Mercedes. Well, I would if I could. And the S support is great. Yeah, only male. Unfortunate. We sadly, we cannot marry Hoppy as a female. We cannot marry Annette as a female. It's just Edelgard who's off the table for us. And Mercedes, and I think that might be... Oh, Dorothea, but... You know, we're not going to do anything related to Dorothea. She's got those eyes under her hat. We're not dealing with that. Okay, so again, our damage avoidance was in full effect in the last map. As we are cowardly. We do not wish to engage. You know, I think it's actually time. Yeah, it's time. It's time that this man receive the blessing that is the Silver Bow Plus. And he lost his Brave Bow. Where did his Brave Bow go? Where did your Brave Bow go, sir? There it is. You silly Billy. If he needs to use a weapon, is he going to be using an axe? Probably the only way he'll damage anybody is with an axe. So he actually should have an Iron Axe Plus. Mercedes will not have to face any combat. She will simply fly away from it. So she's good there. Our boy is looking good. He's got that Spear of Assault. Marianne's not really mattering at all. She's probably just going to be an adjutant for this one. We probably do need Flame to re-equip some items here. There's no reason she should have a Vulnerary. She does not need a Javelin. She probably should have Lumen. So take that away from your Frozen Lance sister. And a Crescent Sickles doesn't really do much for her. What else should she take? Maybe she should have a Horse Slayer. Yeah, he's not fighting. She can take that. Yeah, he's off the team. He's out of here. Oops. Whoops. Okay. Longbow, very expensive, probably not necessary. I wish that the longbow would increase in accuracy if we forged it. Nothing to forge for anybody. That would be nice, but that is a luxury that we do not need quite yet. Alright. And again, you know, in an Iron Man, one of the things that will kill you is just simply running out of charges of your weapon and then getting doubled as a result of holding a broken weapon. So we cannot have that. So we do repair the weapons a little earlier than we normally would in kind of optimized play. What does she need? I feel like she's getting into that mushy middle for all of these. Yeah, we'll give her maybe a steel axe or something. I don't know that she needs the magic staff and the accuracy ring. Whatever, we'll pull from Convoy if we need to. Don't know why he's got a training lance at all. So she's got 2 different silver lances and a horse slayer, and Lewin. I think she's fine. Okay. Flame can pair with Dadu. Mercedes is off the table. We need to use Lascivia, so who are we dropping for that? Did we drop Claude? I think we dropped Claude. Yeah, we're dropping Claude. Hanneman does need that EXP, so we'll give Hanneman to her. And I guess, do we want Claude to get the EXP or Marianne? Probably Claude, I guess. So I guess we'll pair him with our healer, somewhat unintuitively. Okay. Alright, given that, I guess we'll take the killer bow. You should keep working on that lance, even though you've already got swift strikes. It's here. Okay, cool. Wow, time flew. Doing battle preps takes a long time. Okay, I will be back in like 3 minutes after I pick up this package that I'm retrieving. So stay tight, stick around.
Fire Emblem.
Yes, 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 Meower. The police have arrived, and they brought me a milk tea, but with no boba straw. Can you believe it? I've never been so embarrassed before. In fact, this straw is not beveled on either side. Cringe. I should be known as that streamer who uses the boba straw upside down. Okay, so what was I doing? What was happening here? So we freed up the March Ring. And we still want the experience gem onto him. I guess we can pull over the knowledge gem. I'm sorry, what type of gem was that again?
Knowledge.
Yeah, that's it. That's the one. He really doesn't need a knowledge gem. He's kind of fine on his own. Hopefully we just never use him. That's the goal. And then, how close was he? Not quite sure what we want to do with him, because if I give him the other knowledge gem, that is kind of at odds with the evasion ring. You know what? We'll try, because it would be very, very nice if we could get him his alert stance plus. Talisman. Not sure who to give that to either. Okay, let's give Homie those iron gauntlets as well. So much injustice. We better start a holy war against all non-beveled straws. It's time. In the future, people will look back at my generations-long fight against the non-beveleds, and it will be a type of genealogy, if you will, to retrace those steps. Okay, I kind of looked at this before streaming. Again, she better not be attacking. I was kind of happy with how this was all arranged. Just want to make sure I don't have an amazing skill sitting here, not being used. We got bow crit plus 10. I think I might rather have HP plus 5 on my fail condition. I will replace strength plus 2 with the fair, obviously. We'll see. Yeah, he's not used. She's not used. Okay. Alright. Combat arts, I don't think anything's changed. Yeah, I think we're good. She has no positionals. I guess maybe he should be taking healing focus, if anything. Okay, what are we forgetting? We have a chest to open, we have monsters to ignore, we're fighting a bunch of heroes, if memory serves, so we gotta pay attention to Vantage. You know what? We're gonna be fighting a bunch of 2-range monsters. And we dropped Claude, which is fine, but that does mean we probably want that Blessed Bow. And it might mean also that Sylvain, what to drop for him? Probably take the Blessed Lance as well. Take that off of Daddy over here. Okay, I think we're good. I think I am convinced. Yeah, she's got Impreg. Yeah, okay. Yeah, let's fight. Okay, and is always the case. We must not end the turn with these guys in jeopardy, or out of jeopardy even. You know what? I'm fine to chill there for a turn. Okay, do we even need to stride? Do you even stride, bro? Okay, alright. That was easy. And we do have to kind of hurry. Okay, crit-wise, you guys have 20 crits. You do have the 22 luck. You guys have 35 attack speed. Wow. And you're surprisingly okay with that. Do you guys have Darting Blow? You guys have Desperation, Axe Breaker, and what was that? Sword level 5? That's all fine. And we should be able to rally speed him. Yeah, so let's do that. So that they're going to be looking like a doubling there, but that's not actually going to happen. Or actually, 2 of them can attack him with very low odds again. This is fine. Yeah, this is fine. Yeah. Yeah, if they both hit, I'll eat my shoe on stream. Watch them both hit. Well, it's good he's got so much bulk. No battalions. Yeah, we're fine. They do have the class vantage, which we must also remember.
さてどう攻めましょう。
戦場を広く見なくても。
Okay, I'm not eating any shoes on stream. Oh, are you kidding me? Are you legit kidding me? Are you gonna go run up and kill Mercedes? Is that your goal? How huge is that? That's kind of huge.
I'm gonna come.
Huge. Okay, well, this does complicate matters a bit, doesn't it? So I think what that means is we're going to go and burn our first wall, thanks to this amazing AI. And the only thing we care about is staying out of your range and out of your range, and then actually staying in your range. And that will poison strike me way down into the ground, but that's okay. I don't know why I'm even dismounting, but I am. It's good these guys don't have actual two-range weapons like many heroes in the olden days would. That was such a bad level, I expected that it was Flame. I'm a little surprised. What do we have? A bad question. I wonder if FE9-10 remakes are on hold now because certain home country of Valencia, kind of like how Advance Wars released in JP was delayed after North America's release on September 10th. Ooh. Ooh. Yes, that would be unfortunate, wouldn't it? Yeah, what a crazy day. I have to say. Alright, this guy had better come and attack me. If he's going to make me be aggressive and chase him all the way up there, I'm going to be very annoyed. We can do it. We certainly have the personnel. There we go. Alright, so we are theoretically on track here. Okay, they all came down. Good. Very nice. So ideally, this is the play. Oh, come on. I'm assuming our dancer can reach. Didn't actually look. Okay, 20 crit, again, not a problem. 20 attack speed, also not a problem. That should be, yes, quite low damage, quite low odds. How do we hit and run this guy? I'm actually starting to see a reason to have hit plus 20 on him. And that's as far as she can go. And that's fine. Yeah, let's help him out. Let's give him a taste of Flame's personal skill, shall we? Also, Meower, you're here pretty early tonight. What's up, man? What's up? What's the deets? You must have felt in your bones that we were doing an annoying paralogue tonight. A potential game ender. Okay, now this is the difficulty. You are against swords. And this should be fine to break that one. We'll leave that open. And you got the Blessed Lance. And you also got the Blessed Weapon. Looking nice. Seems like a good spot. Slowly getting better sleep patterns, no poorly timed short naps tonight. Nice. Capture card froze again. Really? Is that true? It looks just fine on my side. Usually the audio dies. I'm looking at it in OBS. It's moving as I move it. Oh, for a moment. Oh, we lucked out. Perhaps what you were seeing was my delicate upload speed once again behaving as poorly as possible. That's Seraphim Raids. Yeah, I was trying to stream a little earlier tonight so I could go to bed at a reasonable time. Not sure it's going to work out like that, but we'll see. So she can swing a silver axe and do 31 damage. Incredible. No combat art, nothing to it. Oh, I'm sorry. I was told Flame on a horse would never double anybody by no one in chat right now. I guess a horse is a monster is not a person. So maybe they are still technically correct in that assessment. So I'm not like causing problems for myself if I were to just kill this guy outright. Look at that, free swift strikes. So what do we do here then? Do we bait this guy? I think we might. I think I will bait him over. And then maybe next turn... What's the story with these guys? These guys are the problem. Yeah, so there's not much room here, is there? Okay, so if we lock these guys up next turn, then we actually should be in good shape. Yes, we'll burn the rest of that turn. That'll be a cringe thing to bring up in Coach Chat. Imagine if the marketing was mentioned and Elysia's invaded homeland with a crest-made monster out of a person. So still a person. I'm going to say still a person. Also, what if this monster was a corporation? I think it would inherently have the rights of a human, so I think it's a human. Okay, let's say we were to warp him to this tile. He has like plenty of runway to go wherever he needs to go in order to get the job done here. Is this a stride moment? I think it may be. Okay, we have two uses. We have two uses of ashes and dust. So I think this is fine to do. We have marked everybody who matters. So he should be able to safely return to a location. Hanneman getting close to 30. Magic? Cringe. Bad level. You're messing up, old man. Okay. Looks good to me. Lock him up, boys. Okay, and then do we... These guys do have vantage. Dang, why'd they have to give this guy a 3-range spell? That's very annoying. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old Hanneman? Get out the bonking stick for sure. Yeah, these guys have 3 range attacks as well. Very, very cringe, very upsetting. Okay, did we burn both our... How should I proceed here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think we might do this. Lycidia is the one with Resonant Lightning, actually. Maybe this is better served by her. So maybe we dance... What's her... Her charm is huge. Her charm is huge. She's not going to miss. Although her charm doesn't count for this, so she will have to benefit from Hilda being within 10 spaces. Cast range of 2, so she can stand there safely. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can't quite get there on her own. Could warp her. Or we could just drag her. That's right, he's the blessing guy. So actually, he should be able to draw her forward. He should be able to stand there safely. She should be able to go here and gambit the hell out of this dude. Yeah, maybe what I should have done is I should have done a double warp on him and Ashes and Dusted both of them. I should have strode him, Ashes and Dust, returned, Ashes and Dust. That was actually the play. That was the wise guy play. Okay, so between these two though, we can get what we need and we'll be in position for the next round. One, two, three, four, five, six. How much damage does this do? Quite a bit. Okay, so Flight actually doesn't really have to worry about damage from these guys, but she does have to worry about... baiting this whole group. I do not want to bait this whole group. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And you know what? I might... I kind of want to rescue the dancer, but I'm not sure what the effect it would have. So maybe I won't. Okay. So we have a bit of a tough turn on our hands here. Next turn. We have 5 more turns to get this done. So it's a little rickety right now. So I guess the real play now is to lock up these other guys. Yes. Yes, this is the play. Because these guys are going to get locked in by the trees a little bit. And frankly, I wonder... Now we actually do have kind of a good stride formation here, so we can actually do some hit and runs here. I think we should be able to have enough killing power if we do this. Oh, that's right, she can't Canto. Whoops. Well, now we're actually really going to have to kill at least this this one guy. Okay, 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Looking good. So if we kill all of them, again, these guys still have so much control over this middle area. It's actually kind of a problem. Again, not really worried because we can still hit this guy with a gambit. So who's in danger here? Technically nobody. Yeah, I think we're just good to carry on. So close. Take off most of that person's entire life bar, please. Very nice. So this is technically free to do as well. Actually, she doesn't even need to go that far. So let's do this. Maybe we'll get a lucky crit here. Yeah, that's a 4-move guy. This is a 5-move guy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so I think we're okay here. And we'll get Poison Strike, that'll help out a little bit too. Should be able to Swift Strike him, maybe even with a Blessed Lance. I mean, this guy is like no threat at all. So this doesn't really matter. Gets debuffed a little, but who cares? Clean that up for the next turn. we are still not anywhere near these guys, which is huge. And yeah, just take a cheap shot at this dude. Hit him with that baloney. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. Yep, we're still good. We gotta be mindful of it for one more turn, though. Uh-oh. Well, we can't have that, can we? So once again... I think we are gonna burn our warp from you. Nope, we're gonna burn our warp from you. Or actually... we could just get Lysithea up there to do that for us. Too risky. Too risky. We will simply do this instead. Because, and I say it's too risky, magic for Lysithea. Alright. Just because, again, I don't really know when these guys are going to show up, and surely they would kill these guys instead of targeting Lysithea. But let's say this guy shows up here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. I didn't want Lysithea to be like in range of this. I assume she wouldn't be, but who knows. Alright. So again, we just want to be careful with this whole arrangement here. Yeah, that would be fine, but this is better. Yeah, guard against that. Alright. So now we should be able to run over here with these guys. You know, I hope that that didn't like trigger the reinforcements because they got in that restore range. That would be my luck. Whoops, healed the wrong person. But that's okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, please tell me that didn't end the run. Thank you. That would have been very upsetting, I think. Okay, we are ready. We are ready. Yeah, there is no way that the archers can reach us. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3. These guys are going to get locked up by the trees here. Did we ever give him his special shield? We did not. We should do that. Special shield for our special boy. There you go. Enjoy. Alright, let's tuck them away nice and safe. Okay, let's see what happens. It's everybody's favorite part of the level. Uh-huh. Surprise! Take them out, unless they take you out without giving you even a chance to attack. Alright, very nice. How dangerous is it to chase these guys down? We have a stride. I think we can certainly do that. That's leaving out, like, only Linhart. So I think that'll work. Do we believe in ourselves to kill this entire group of enemies? Probably. We have plenty of assault troop, so we can certainly lock these guys up. That's a big part of the problem. Yeah, that's not going to kill me even with Poison Strike. You're, what, 1 square away? So I think we can even burn your combat art to do that. Should we? Should we do that? Maybe not. Solves much of that problem. Back to Old Cringe, I found a good video explaining the FE5 translation drama. Would you like the link? Yes, please. Yes, I would like to learn more of these dark days. Get all the way up here. Wow, you can. Oh, and you interesting. You actually have that new fancy shield, don't you? Ooh, so if you were by a lady, you could kill that guy. With absolutely no harm coming your way. You know what, let's dismount, just in case. Oh, perfect. Hopefully a good level for our boy. Magic, res, HP. Great. Good job. Tumbling down the himbo rankings. Okay, 18 crit. Yeah, you are, you're pretty safe, aren't you? Although she does have a lance equipped. Yes, it is actually quite good that this guy only has 18 crit. Oh, they're gonna go up this way. Usually they don't do that. Interesting. Well, we will await them nevertheless. Must not lose track of this guy. Huzzah. Oh, he's going south. Okay. Alright. How do we kill these men? They're strong. Your attacks make me stronger. Again, very bulky. Yeah, I'm actually quite impressed at how strong these guys are. Oh, that's right, they've got long range. I keep forgetting that they have 3-range attack. Yeah, that'll get me in range. Crit me. In fact, just one of these will do it. Give me the old 1-2 with the Lance of Assault. Well, we're through the spooky part, so that's nice. Guess we'll keep these guys together just cuz. Oh, we're so close. So close to hitting this guy. He also has Mire. Well, so much for that. Alright. Still have 2 Dark Spikes left, including one for our good friend here. We could steal an accuracy ring from him. Let's just end that turn, shall we? So we all know what's coming next. Nice, nice. Oh, you know what we can do? You know what we should do? That's right. Get into the habit of using our blessing. Not that it would help here. But it could help later. Imagine if Death Knight was holding our Veil Gem instead. That would make more sense. Yeah, nullifying effective damage. Yeah, you think he would plan for that after a certain point, wouldn't you? You know, you guys have crit. What's your crit? 30 crit. Mamma mia. There's no way you can survive that. Actually, you're kind of close. We don't have rally luck, though. Well, whatever. We will simply get ready. about you? Surely you can withstand 30 crits. Yes, exactly. But that's our fail condition. I think we just play it safe. We have plenty of impregnable wall here. Plenty to go around. Getting to that point where the hit rates are looking pretty ugly for the enemies too. Love to see that. I think Raphael is null crit. Chalice null's effective. Oh, I thought Raphael nullified effective too. Raphael gives Aegis, so it's more RNG troll. Well, at this point in the game, Death Knight needs a lot of help. That much is for sure. What are we doing here? Like, there's no class masteries that matter anymore, right? Right. So it's really just about Homeboy and his A+ flight. Yeah, he's getting close. Getting real close. And I guess Mommy also could use some help with flight. Yeah, she's still 300 away. Jesus. She should take that knowledge gem now. Oh, we finally got that 15 magic cutoff we've been dreaming of. But it's speed, so
It's
just,
not disappointment.
It's just boring.
I know what disappointment feels like.
Disappointment is a 22 strength Claude. Actually, it would be kind of nice to get to S. Like S reason. For this dude, I guess. It's not like he's got other good skills to equip. He's not even an A+. That might take a while. What about you? Ugh. Grim. Very grim. Okay, you guys can just simply be annoyed through conventional means. Okay. Sure. Using out that longbow anyway. Strength, luck, defense, charm. Strength.
Rick-a-dick, rick, rick-a-dick, rick, ring-a-ding-a-ding-ding-dong. Rim, 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 rim.
Okay, you've only got the 20 crits. You are nothing special. I guess the problem here is that these guys still have kind of a lot of control of this area, but that's okay. That's fine. We have plenty of room to maneuver. Right. Goodbye to enemy hit rates. Doubling with Seraphim. Not bad. 35 speed. Wow. Yes, quite good, I would say. Magic. Thank you.
Anything for my princess.
Anything for my favorite child that I can marry for some reason.
It's not disappointment.
Okay, we know. We know. You told us already. You know, I think I am gonna take this back. Because I am definitely behind in my flight training from last time. I know for sure we had Alert Stance Plus when we fought these guys before. Okay, 36 attack. You guys are all the same. Very boring, nothing to it. Alright. Oh, that's right, these guys. Otherwise known as absolutely free training. There's no like 3-range battalion here. Yep. Okay, enjoy, Flame. Alright. Yes, more of the same. kill that horse with a mace. More strength for the strength god.
みんなを守りたい
Yes, continue to be just slightly balanced in the way I wish you weren't. It's all good, don't worry. Okay, this is like totally feeding time for somebody. I mean, this group is a joke. There you go. Now you are the Death Knight. So who should this be? It would be nice to get her Excalibur. Or do we want to level up Hanneman? I suppose we could do both. Alright, changed my mind. I'm taking it back.
よし、いたしますわ。助かりますわ。世話をかける。
It's kind of a good level, I would say.
Whoa, you go, big guy.
Biggest guy on the whole team. Oh, Flane. Why did I build you again? You have such an effective killer in Lysithea standing right behind you. Yeah, so she's getting 5 experience per attack for reason. That's not bad. Yeah, that's looking like that might be fortify time. Yeah, we can do this. Right? Yes. Yes. That should be fine. Do you have warp? We used your 2 warps, didn't we? Let's use your warp, get you a little bit more experience. Good job, buddy. Okay, 1 wall left. We should probably try to remember that. You simply make her stronger and angrier. Oh, she's gonna get B+ riding. Look at that. Well worth the effort. No, it wasn't. She's lying. Well, I don't think that she's gonna get Excalibur prior to the next map, unfortunately. So I guess not bringing Claude was the right choice. That is such a perplexing level.
Unacceptable!
If I go back and replay Radiant Historia, should I double dip by going DS version first, then remake, or just remake? Haven't played it through since release. I mean, I think the way to do it is just 3DS. Yeah, just do the remake. I mean, all that seems to be changed between the two versions is all of the uncertainty at the end of the original has been made quite certain. All of the mystique has been made no more. So if you're gonna play it anyway, might as well, you know, put the final nail in the coffin. I don't remember if they did a bunch of like gameplay tweaks. I feel like they didn't. I feel like they left the systems more or less the same, which is a little surprising. Okay, well, Flane, yep, you're not gonna make it. It doesn't help that you're also running out of magic spells. Alright, there's our last wall. Enjoy. Do I even bother getting the Umbral Steel? 35, dang. 7 uses of magic away. The dreaded ungolden conclusion. Yes, the ungolden path has been walked. If you're like, yeah, you'd have to attack. Pretty weak against Lance. Good news. Yeah, I don't think I'm getting that chest. I cannot be bothered to exchange a $300 key for $300 worth of Umbral Steel. Got Linthart at the same level as Byleth.
Hey!
Only I had the Raphael gem now. Out of that type of magic anyway. But a little closer to Fortify. Okay, what skills do you have? Yeah, really nothing special. Yeah, send the fans home happy. Send them home with a silver axe used without a magical combat art.
やつなら
Just give me the gem. The gem is what we really care about.
It's finally over.
And thank God for it. Okay, we can try and certify for Dark Knight Flame once again. If we had just gotten a little more reason in her, which again really couldn't have been done because we used up all of her reason spells.
ねえねえ
I suppose we could have tried to not double with her reason quite as often. Yes, let us stop this war we are waging to have a spot of Angelica T with Ferdinand. Actually, it would be kind of good to get Charm on him since he is a dodge tank, quote-unquote.
味わい深い
That's a lot of post-time skip paralogs, almost as if people weren't fed to wood chippers. Yes, true. It's too many also. Fodlan's Future.
そうだな
I seem to remember that one not being it, so I second-guessed myself. You see well. Uh-huh.
何
How, like, are you wistful? Are you a wistful guy, or are you... Okay. Alright.
うむたまには遊戯に興じ
Would you like to play a game? Wow, what a weird interaction that is. And you know Byleth is just staring back at him.
しそうになったよ
We know the
また
Byleth
声を
face.
かけてくれたまえ私はいつでも答えよ
Uh-huh. Yeah. There we are. In very dark fashion, but wide-eyed, blank stare, 1,000-yard stare. Yeah, I'm definitely worried about a couple of those paralogs that we still gotta do. Since they are all kinda grim. Kinda grim. Alright. 86%, surely. Surely you were passing this.
Ah, これでは不足だとおっしゃるの
We hate money. We hate having it. We must burn it at every single opportunity. Yeah, there was like nothing else to get for these people, right? Not forgetting anything. Oh, that's right. She could certify. Not that she matters for this fight. Well, gosh, 100%. That looks pretty good. I don't think we can actually buy another one. I think we bought the whole stock out. Oh, we can buy one. Okay. Well, great. Alright, welcome to the big leagues. Like 13th or 14th unit I would be using. Bravo!
Whoa! 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 This is amazing!
Yeah, look at all that strength she's gonna get. +4.
合格
Kinda hoping for more. Let's hope we don't end up using her. Oh, that's right. Satep also... Oh, he did get it. That's right. He got it when Flame failed. It's all coming back to me now. Yeah, let's hope people continue to stay out of the wood chipper. God, so many of these.
やあメルス
こんにあなた
Oh,
は
here we go.
女の子
Here's
が
one for the
た
wood
くさんいる
chipper.
場所の方
Well, sometimes you just need more meat for the grind, you know?
Yeah, we got plenty of meat. I would not like to grind it up. So, Hanneman. time to get you out of monk. Close counter. Yeah, that's not doing anybody any favors, buddy. And, you know, you've got D authority. At this point, did we already set you for authority? Because we should. Yes, we did. Good. So how are you looking? 29 magic. Could be worse. Fiendish Blow, magic +2. So if we end up getting him a battalion that gives him like an extra 3 or 4 magic, he could be floating around like 35. Do we have anybody with seal resistance? I don't think so. I don't know what class that would even be from. Oh, and then I guess if we reclass him, that will also boost his magic? Yes. So hopefully we can do a little damage. I don't know, we may have to construct something with like Poison Strike Lindheart to try and get Hubert down to like a few HP. No, you can't use Hanneman! He is a very good magic nuke, that's for sure. Okay. To war at Grondor. You know, that map I keep saying is like relatively easy. Hope that doesn't bite me in the butt. Haha, that would never happen. Yeah, you gotta wonder how Hanneman's low speed is much different than like Annette's low speed and other people's. I guess Annette has fire, but doesn't he also have fire? I just feel like they're probably actually pretty close to performance when using light spells. Hanneman one-shots a lot of people. Yeah, I mean, he's got a really high growth, and I don't know. Seems good to me. Alright, Caspar, Mercedes, thank you for your service. But get the hell off my plane. Why are we only able to deploy 10 units? I don't like it. So who are we bringing at minimum? I think this is basically the group. Claude's back. We did steal something of Claude's, didn't we? I forget what it was. Did he have a crit ring? Something ridiculous like a crit ring? Maybe. God, you pick up so many magic staves in this game. Yeah, I don't know. Crit ring? Sure. Why not? Nullifies attack effectiveness and critical hits. So, wait. Attack effectiveness, right? Record? Is that not, like, armor and horse effectiveness? Or am I misinterpreting this? Looks like that should nullify horse damage. So who should get that? I guess her. Don't remember that line in there. Yes. At long last, I remembered something about this game. I guess we'll give her the failed gem. So she can't be shot out of the sky quite so easily. I mean, she should not be facing any combat ever anyway. But you never know. Okay, so Mercedes, you go with your buddy. Seteth, go with her, I guess. Help her out, she needs all the help she can get. Honestly, with like Lewin and Frozen Lands, I feel like Seteth might put her over the edge there. And I guess we go with Hanneman again. Kind of against my better judgment. But again, revenge has no price. Actually, no. That is not what I want to do. I want to bring Felix. Yes, Felix. The reason for that is, as I think I explained on, I don't know, when Justin was here, I guess. When shit hits the fan over here with Dimitri and his whole squad runs up, it's just so simple to have Lysithea pop him with Luna and eat a counter and get doubled and just eat up her blessing. Everyone else can be locked down by Ferdinand. It's literally just him who needs to be solved. Then Lysithea can be danced and she can do it again and kill him for sure. I don't have to worry about any like speed thresholds. I don't have to worry about who's got the Raphael gem. Like, she will survive one round of combat guaranteed. And I don't need to worry about what's going on over here, because by the time we are ready for her, we will just like bait her out with the Brad Online TM special of just like warping somebody in, tinging a curved shot off of her, and running away. So we'll draw her out, and wherever she ends up running to, we will have like the full litany of units lined up. Like, we'll have Leone with a longbow, we'll have Lysithea with her 4-range magic equipped, and we will automatically have like super high odds of hitting her with a gambit. We'll hit her with one, Lysithea can Luna her and kill her in one shot after that. So nothing too special for this one. But at that point, it's just us versus her. With Dimitri, it's us versus him and maybe a couple units we have to clean up that aren't being held down by the gambit. So it can simplify your life to just say, alright, with her and the dancer, we're killing Dimitri for sure. And we're not taking any losses while we do it. Okay, so what is the plan then? I think we're just going to wait this asshole out. He's only got 15 uses. We have a pretty high defense Sylvain. So yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll just plop Sylvain right here, put a girl next to him, and let that all sort itself out. Once that's done, we will retreat to the corner. We will impregnable wall these 3 people, and we will have a touchdown. Yeah, we're gonna throw the touchdown pass that we've been talking about for 60 hours.
You guys want to play some football?
We're gonna go deep. And at that point, yeah, the Cavs will show up. They'll run over here, they'll try and kill Hilda or whoever, but they'll be impregnable walls. Ingrid will start flying up. We'll just like shoot them all down across the river here. Choke them out across the bridge. I don't think really anybody else on this side is going to try and approach us, but if they do, God bless them, we'll take them out too. We will, allow this man to live for another map. He's got too much doo-doo in his diaper, he has to go home and change it. But we'll just we'll go nice and slow, and I think that'll be it for the night. So most important thing is that we've got Blessing. Next most important thing is, of course, that we've got Stride. Don't know how much Stride we're going to use. After that... Do we want to use Ferdinand for this job? Or do we want to use Byleth? I mean, Byleth can basically do all of this for free if she just equips, like, a sword, I guess? I don't know. What skills does she have? She's got Lancebreaker. Are these guys Axe Boys? Yeah, these guys are Axe Boys. But basically she can just like kite them along, I think. She's got her Brave Bow especially. Why does she have this? Yeah, take a killer bow too. I never recruit Caspar, can't blame ya. I know he ends up being pretty good in a lot of runs, but I don't have the patience to get there. Because he is pretty damn bad prior to that. Okay, yeah, you know, let's actually look at the numbers, I guess. What is your hit rate? 114. 114. And your avoid is not going to be tremendous. Your avoid is going to be huge. Absolutely huge, but they don't even have Lancebreaker? I am puzzled. I do not follow. Okay, so we'll play around with that. I guess he'll be the one. So she's got evasion, he's got evasion, he does not need speed. He should maybe have, pardon me, maybe a Horse Slayer himself? Horse Slayer plus, even better. It's more that I don't use Brawling since it's too strong, so I can't meet his recruit requirement. Yes, because you can't get him up to B before the time skip. I mean, you could always play as Crimson Flower. Okay, well, I guess we'll just keep working on him towards his S reason. And I guess he should have the option of the Caduceus Staff because Flame can actually contribute pretty high damage with a combat art. Not that we have really done that with her yet. Aegis evasion, Raphael, Aurora, crit, evasion. Yeah. Okay, and actually, oh, I did already do that, right? I just assumed I did not. Lysithea gets Felix, and Annette gets Mercedes. That is so expensive. What does this even take? Mithril. Talk about a worthless upgrade. Yeah, you know what? We'll do it, because we're not going to spend it anyway. You know, if we have him soloing, he might actually go through quite a bit of that Silver Lance. I do not want to leave him hanging. She should be fine. But let's do it anyway. Okay, and he is not deployed. We can walk this one down a bit, I think. Or does she... Maybe she does want the extra hit, because she's not getting the boost from Hilda like the others are. Yeah, might as well. We are rich. I'd rather not take any chances. One thing I'll give, if you 4 over 3 houses, repair costs scale, and if you only have funds to fix half of it, when you purchase a repair, it'll go on that scaling. Interesting. I did not know that. Yeah, the repair system in this game is very strange to me. I don't fully understand it, frankly. Okay. Blessing, Stride. I think that's really it. We don't need to steal anything. There's no other special considerations. It's just bulky enemies. Pardon me, that gotta die. That's it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So she can kill this dude probably first turn. Is she fast enough with a bolt axe? Or are we gonna have to dance her? — 17 attack speed. Perfect. How about that? Yeah, I think we're good. Ferdinand, kind of the star of the show. She's got lance, hit. She's got the blows. This darting blow might keep her alive at some point. I kind of wish that I could give her Swordbreaker. Maybe Swordbreaker would be a better use than darting blow. But darting blow also lets her double people with magic, so we'll just be careful. How about that? We'll believe in ourselves. Okay, doesn't matter. Okay. Fight! Round 2. One usage is the same as broken. Yeah, don't like that. Get him, boys! Okay, so you have a ton of crit. Goodness gracious. So much crit. Hard to believe you've got that much. So there's no way that we have anybody that can keep up with that crit void. Sphere of Assault. Technically the best. Let's see what that looks like. Okay. Five might weapon. 38. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Yep. Now it's -2. Now he's gaining health. How about that? Pro strat to gain health from Ballista. Ballista? Okay. Yeah, this is a bop. This is what the kids call a bop. It slaps and it hits different. Okay, so he had 7 crit on me. So my crit avoid is technically 21 plus 10, so 31. So that makes sense, because he got 38. Okay. And he's not getting any from his weapon. Okay, so I cannot use this to further my understanding of how any of this shit works. Which is really too bad. So he's not doubling. I guess I would be getting poison struck. Maybe not. Looks like no. So yeah, I think we're good here. Yeah, there's no battalion or whatever, so sure, go ahead. Pretty funny to have that weapon equipped when they attack me too. Yeah, kill that horse.
まだまだ
It's
強
good
くな
we
ら
have
な
not
くちゃ
invested in her.
You sure about that? You sure about that?
Shouldn't be.
容赦ないですね
Yeah, alright, now we got even more reduction in damage. Heal him while you still can. Yeah, amazing. Okay, so I think that's like it. I think this is all that's gonna happen for like 11 turns. Uh-huh. This is good content. I was in Raisin's stream earlier, and he asked how the run was going. And I said, well, no deaths so far. And he said, yeah, with Iron Man, with Iron Man, you know, I don't know if it's good or bad to have no deaths, basically, because it's good content when someone messes up. He said, yes, it's good for me to have no screw-ups and bad for the viewers. And talk about bad content. I mean, there's not even a threat of him losing some health, me forgetting to heal it in time, and then him dying to like a 7% crit. Alright, 5 more to go. And if we beat this map, we are back in the month where we lost last time. So that's also nice. Whoa. I should do this part in Warrior's view to make it more interesting visually. Alright, there we have it. Is this FE3 hopes? Alright, how do I proceed here? I guess we do a little bit of this. No chance to hit me. I do need to remember that this person has close counter. That will not matter for quite some time, but... I don't know why I'm doing that. That does not matter whatsoever. Oh yeah. Yeah, he's gonna need some help killing those dudes. This is where Magical Flame comes in. Oh, she's getting the magic now, boys. Wow, kind of a huge level.
ですわね
I'm gonna come.
That makes 2 of us. Okay, so now it's just these calves, right? So surely... How fast are you? 29 attack speed. God damn. Yeah, this isn't going to be a problem, right? I don't think so. I do not think so. Yeah, we'll double with this. That's fine. That's fine. Swing him up. Make him faster.
私なんて
Get
まだまだ
magic.
ですよ
That's not what I want.
My condolences.
Who wants that? Okay, so we're looking for 34. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, that's right, we already used her. Never mind. If I wasn't so greedy, we could have done it. You know what, I'm just gonna move him over here. I'm gonna move my game over conditions. And you got no gambits. Also, no deaths in Iron Man. Brad out here putting morticians out of business, particularly those who focus on anime child soldiers. Man, I'm gonna feel very good if we finish this off. Very good. Not sure how much that matters. Okay, and this might be the final maneuver before we go hide in the corner. Okay, again, you're at 29. Damn. Owned. Alright, that's it. Let's go hide. Alright, everyone, hide. And before we even do that, we should apply our blessing. Who should receive the blessing? I guess Leone is basically a fail condition at this point. I mean, technically I would give it to Hilda. But I think she's just less likely to face anything interesting. Alright, there we go. There is our blessing. We have blessed up a storm. Should contact Anna about that. Sell weapons, gravestones, flowers for the grievers. Can't have enough income sources. She is craven enough. I hope one day we find out in some supplementary materials that she is American. That America does exist in all of these fantastical worlds we exist in these games. Every time it hitches there, it makes me nervous that they're loading in some enemies. Oh, that's right. Claude had the March ring. Now I'm remembering what this setup was. It's probably still in the convoy. There we go. That's better. Oh, that's right, she's got reposition. I gave her the good stuff. You can tell I care. Yes, only the best. Okay, yeah, no more please, no more. Okay, so you have stride. You have impregnable wall. Let's put you here in case I've miscalculated. Let's keep you as safe as humanly possible. Let's keep you here, because this might actually be a good experience for you. Hide you here. You here as well. For the same reason as before, let's equip wind. And you're going to make a really good target if you've got bolting equipped. You will not get doubled by anybody. Okay, there we have it. So I think that will do it. Okay. So we will gambit
僕の番だね
here. There is no place for this pass butthole to like pass into and kill somebody. Is that the spot? Or is this the spot? I don't remember. Let's go here and equip a training lance and wait. Okay. They're shielded up. Again, if he can actually reach over here, he will be met with a person who he will surely not double, who he probably also will not be able to hit. So you would think he would preferentially double her. So we've given them good targets here. Okay, let's hope for the best. And they're certainly not going to be able to reach him, and even if they could, they're not going to hit his ass. Homie's at 128 avoid. Alright, here's the run. Here it is, folks. Okay, yes, go to the right. Hopefully this other guy goes to the right as well. Might be best if fake Ingrid goes all the way left. Nice. 15 crit chance. Okay, alright. Well then, I guess you've got really no issue. Guess you can just kind of hang out here. What's the worst that could happen here? He has no battalion. He has no attack speed. Might be best to just keep them all together. So let's do that. Okay, what do you got? What tricks do you have? Quite a few, actually. So close, and we don't have Sateth, so that's unfortunate. Okay, let's just carve out of here. Don't think we can one-shot here. No, we should have got the Axe of Unka Bunka, but that would probably not actually get the job done either. Oh, that's right, he's got Excalibur. How good would Excalibur be? Not bad. Better than I thought. He has no battalion, he has no AS. This guy, he has no battalion, he has no AS. This guy has so funny face. I need to get a drop of the DK song, the DK rap. More strength, pulling away now with strength.
They betrayed me, they didn't keep their promise, they tricked me and I don't care anymore.
I actually do care. I really care. Well, that'll get the job done. that's a frightening enemy off the map. Okay, what can you do? That's not bad. Not bad. These guys are crazy bulky, though. Oh shoot, Defiant Res. We did it, gang. Dex, speed, luck, charm. Kinda iffy.
So boring.
It's a little sussy. A little sussular, as Coach says. A little bit. Why did she lose health from that? What does she have equipped that... Oh, she's got the Raphael gem equipped. Aha! Aha! Well, that shall not stand. It's too bad she can't have this. Like, maybe she needs to trade with Sylvain. That's like... I don't know. It's so much better for Sylvain to have it. Are they gonna stay there? I think they might. Well, they're bunching up nicely. I think this might be a good opportunity. Yes. You know what? You know what? We're doing it. We're using a rescue. It happened. You all saw it. You're all part of this. Alright, can you kill this guy? Yes. The answer is yes. You were here. It happened. It's been 125 hours of game time that we've been working towards something like that, and it finally happened. Okay, let's wait, what kind of tile is this? That's fine. That's fine. I'm hopeful that our boy can get the kill here. Yes, he can. Thank you. Good job, dude. Okay, because we want to kill as much of this shit as we possibly can this turn. She's gonna hit level 40, like chapter 18. No magic though. Sad.
Completely embarrassing.
I've never been so embarrassed. Felix looking kind of good. I mean, those are better numbers than Claude. I give that a thumbs up.
I think I'm beginning to get the hang of this.
Yeah, he's coming in looking real nice. Okay, so we are staging the Lysithia units. Hell yeah. Oh, I didn't actually mean to gambit that. I have no idea how I did that. Oh well. I don't think that will matter. Okay. I think that's a safe tile. Maybe I'll just go here instead. Actually, maybe I'll just do this. Because Ferdinand matters a lot more than she does at this moment. What are these guys doing back here? Okay. Before we do anything here, could we gambit him? Yes, yes. Okay, let's just do it this way, I guess. Lock up your number one mate in the whole world. Keep you there. And we proc the crest too. Okay, like I was saying, I think we can even do this. Because there's not really any, I don't know, I know we have a ton of enemies over here still, but they're so regimented in how they show up. It just doesn't feel like much of a threat.
Ding. Ding.
I don't know, maybe we can take him out. Yeah, okay, whatever, dude. Like he said. So we do have Miracle here, that's the danger, I suppose. So maybe if we could get Claude? No, that's a little too far for Claude. We could rescue Claude. We could. Yep. It should be fine. Same situation here. Stay out of the way. Like, I feel like this person never moves. Even if it was fatal, they may not move. Ooh, hello. Don't like that. Alright. We are using our toy, and it is glorious. What the hell? How much range do you have? It's 3 range. I hate it. I despise it. Rocket, I dare ya. Totally unnecessary, but felt good. Okay, so that's like most of the dirty tricks. So that's nice. That's 2 rescues, chat. 2 of them. So, as usual, this is the problem. And we have a solution for that problem. And again, my recollection is we cannot bait this person out no matter what we do. Like, they are attempting to make it challenging. So I think what they'll do is they'll end up like lighting their hill on fire with all their units on it if we kill her. If we kill fake Petra. But we do have a rescue. And we also have a rescue chain that we can have with all of our repositionals. Okay, so what's your thing? You've got this this keen intuition. How does that look? 1, 2, 3, 4. How does that look from here? Not so keen. Yeah. I'm gonna say see you in hell. Okay, go ahead and light your hill on fire if you would like. No response? Yeah, not gonna do anything at all? Okay. Alright. That fool ran up on the hill, and now she pays with her life. There she goes, paying with her life. Okay, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? The central hill is up in smoke. Suppose I'll have to quench the flames with the enemy's blood. Hope I don't stand there for several turns on end, losing health, drinking concoction to restore it, and then in the end, ultimately dying. I mean, these guys are just gonna hang out on the hill too. I have seen this song too many times. Yes, I have seen a song. What a strange map. Yes, quench the flames with my blood. What are they doing? Okay, dude, you wanna come over? Yes, please, by all means, come over. There is no way in hell this enemy is going to come over. He's got a Gambino. I mean, he could really mess me up. In fact, he wants to use the Gambino. Let's let him use it. Or let's let him not use it. Let's give him something approaching hit rate. Oh, now you want to use it. Uh-huh. I see, uh-huh. Well, I'm just glad he's actually gonna, like, actually go for it. Okay, dude, knock yourself out. She has rescue, or I'm sorry, restore as well, doesn't she? Yeah, okay. Try it. Oh, he's coming off the hill. Interesting. And yeah, once again, nothing came of this, so that's cool. Do I just warp? I've got a warp. Damn, homie is bulky. Not bulky enough. Oh, that's why. Well, I suppose I could have known that if I had paid attention. Okay, so now we are looking at like maybe a stride formation. That's blessing, more stride. It's just getting close. Okay, you guys actually gonna come off that hill this time? You are. What is this? I'm so confused by this level every time I play it. Okay, alright. Man, our blood is quenching these flames like crazy. Okay. Hubert is cold, needs more time in the sauna. Yeah, he is gonna come out getting +4 class experience or weapon experience every time he takes combat. Alright, well, I guess we're gonna go get him. And let's give them a safe place to land. 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, what do you know? Okay, Hubert. Got anything for me, dude? Anything at all? Because we're kind of back to square one here, my man. quenching those fires with my blood by using up one of his 3 concoctions. Got it. Alright, what nasty tricks do you have up your sleeve this time, bitch? Commander. Fiendish Blow, Miasma. Honestly, not looking very interesting. Just in case he's got Miracle. What a joke.
気にしないで
What a joke. Alright, I guess we'll just go up and around. So we don't accidentally walk into her range. I don't remember what this even is. This chapter. Every time with this chapter, it's the same. This definitely feels like they are at their most bankrupt when it comes to an idea of how to make difficulty here. Oh, he's a lot tougher. He hasn't been standing in fire for 10 turns. Edelgard's idea of chaotic warfare is pressing auto battle. Confirmed. 1000% true. This is just so stupid. This is easily the dumbest map. So, like I've said countless times, I really do have a tough time with, like, regular Grondor. Because that is kind of chaotic. And a lot can go sideways on you. But then this one, it feels pointless. Like, why am I even playing it? The only difficulty is in them just absolutely fucking you with, like, surprise! 3 calves right from behind you. They're bulky as hell. They're not here to make friends. And oh, by the way, one of them's got pass. Like, it's just outright bullshit. It doesn't contribute to the game in any way. It certainly is not a measure of the type of player you are. I really dislike it. So to me, this is the worst map in the game. And also, it doesn't help that it's just a, like, repeat of the original map. Like, they have not changed anything, aside from coloring this differently. Well, at least they've got realistic-looking fire. Look at it go. Lamppost shield? Wait, I already got that. Unless there's 2 on this map. That was the Cav up here, or the Paladin up here, that I said, wow, he's really bulky. Because I was using the Spear of Assault, which does effective damage, but he had the shield that nullified it. There are 2. Interesting. Well, it doesn't help me a ton. But it's free defense. Okay. Let's be sort of careful here. How How are you looking on your flight? You are still looking very bad. And you have no crit on me, right? 19 crits, no chance. It's replaced with an Umbral Steel in that one? That sounds ridiculous. Sounds like you want some Kagam FPS, FE5. Yeah, I was checking out, what is it, Foster TV recently, another, like, Iron Man streamer, and he was doing FE4, and I asked him, like, so how does this one rate, like, are you able to beat this game realistically without losing units? And he was kind of the opinion that, yeah, you totally could. And I asked, okay, what about FE5? Because I hear that one's pretty gnarly. And he was like, oh, I haven't even played that yet. So I don't know, I guess the FE5 reputation has kept a lot of people away from it, perhaps. Who had the Blessed Lance? It was you. Let's use it up. Because why not? It's fun to use the toys we're given. Oh, I took it off. Shucks. Well, I guess I didn't need to use the lance, the special lance, did I? Any old lance would have done. Even one of hers. Yes, let's get you a little closer, shall we? Damn. Go off, Queen. Magic! More magic! She is taking off. We are all along for the ride. Yeah, interesting to see that she is doubling and he is not. Okay, they can't all be winners. Okay. Enough. Enough, Quark. I've heard enough out of you. We get that you're suffering. We get that your soul needs to leave your body. You've made this all very clear. We understand Radical 6 has played quite a negative role in your life. Can you do this for free? Yes, you can. There it is. Excalibur, baby! Well worth the effort. Not so sure about that. More dex. Wow, more speed. He's really hung up on that dex.
Crap, dang it, this sucks!
And I wish he wouldn't be. Alright, let's bait this dude up here, I guess. I think we'll wait for Ferdinand. This terrain is kind of unpredictable. I feel like, yeah, like Wasteland. I don't know. It's got actually a good visual indicator this time. Although I would have guessed that would be Wasteland too. Okay, you know what? We can actually do this now, I think. 19 crit. Yes, nothing special. Okay. But yeah, I keep saying I want to like level up her, like Hilda's battalion, and I keep not doing it. Very much like me. It's like almost a huge level. Strength. She's not gotten really much in the way of strength boosters, so she is looking pretty good. You know what? Actually, you go south. You've got a chest to open, my dear. Would not mind Ferdinand getting the level up a little higher on his bow. In fact, I might actually switch him to that as like his main focus, just so he has less crit risk if he baits with a bow. Undecided. Actually, you know what? I probably shouldn't be sending so many people down there with her. Alright, let's get this bread. Wow, you know, Meower, you told me and I believed you completely, but it's still so weird to get two of the same weird effective damage shield in one map. First half of FE4 you get a giant win button. Yes, I've heard this. And the other half you get minor win buttons, but bro, Kaga was trying to tell a story about holy blood and holy weapons. You can't have game balance interrupting that. You know, it's kind of strange, right? Because I've seen other people play FE4, and just the like magnitude of enemies on screen is so strange. It seems so imbalanced. And then they would leave like Sigurd in range of all of those horses, and Sigurd would just like melt them down. And I was like, maybe make fewer horses and make them stronger? Or, I don't know. I wasn't sure how the game was really balanced, and it seems like maybe it's just not balanced at all. Okay, so the question is, how do we do this? I think we still have a warp, right? Yeah, I think we run. Just run away. And we just piss her off. Yeah, we still have his warp at minimum. We still have both her warps. Okay. we could use another rescue, I guess. So if she comes off her high horse here, she's got 5 move. Her Raging Storm is 1 range. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, there's a lot of people we could possibly heal up with Flame. Okay, most important thing is that she still has one of her gambits. Great. Okay, everyone is set up. I mean, we can probably warp her from here, frankly. Still have plenty of those. Watch her walk up this side. Like, I bet she would. That's just how this game is. Strength, magic, speed. Good level.
Anything for my princess.
Okay, now the question is, do I face crits? Somehow, some way? I can't possibly die here. Right, she's not going to seal my movement, and even if she did, I have rescue. Yeah, this all seems perfectly fair. Okay. Come get me. Ooh, I'm bad. Yeah, we know. You know what? Let's give you that longbow. And let's keep people up here. Let's give you 3-range bolt axe. Guess we'll move you here. Oh, you know what? We can open Fail Not. And you've got Caduceus Staff. Okay. Alright. Yeah, I don't think any of this other shit matters. Alright. Yes, please just walk straight up. Okay, well, not quite what I was hoping for. It's like she made a beeline for, There we go. Okay, looks good to me.
獄だろう。
Yeah, you will destroy no such thing. Most importantly, a level for Felix.
You are tearing me apart!
いずれまた。
And we got 2 uses of rescue and 2 lamppost shields. What's 2 plus 2? FE4, the next game I'm playing. Just kidding, I don't know about that. Want to know about a gameplay mechanic with weapon kills? Going for Flame? Can't blame her. Yes, please. Please inform me, because I know nothing. I know nothing. That's fine. Whatever. Don't care. Didn't ask. L plus leader of... What is this even called? The Alliance? I don't even know what Claude's group. Leicester Alliance, right? L plus leader of Leicester Alliance plus Hoshiden plus ratio. Again. Plus double ratio. Clip it? What? The 2 plus 2? Perhaps I will. Alright, we're back. We are back in the month of our demise. And boy, does it feel good. I think we actually played a little bit slower this time. Also, what's up, Kron? How you doing? How you doing this morning? Yes, and to remind you every time that it's going to be the next game. Don't know if that's a good or bad thing. Boy, it would be a bloody affair if I played FE4 blind. Like, I am only as decent a player in this game and the games like it as I am because of the mechanics. And I just don't get the feeling that the other games offer enough mechanic aside from position intelligently and do quick math that I could actually be good at those. I feel like I'm much better at this game and Conquest and all those than I am like the GBA games. As simple as they may be. So we're out of seals, right? I do not believe that we can buy any more. We cannot. So we're gonna have to wait. We're gonna have to wait on Flame. It's only 11:30. I suppose I could at least do 1 explore. We got a Fish of Mystery, which I kind of do want to do. So maybe that's where I'll end it. There's no reason to showcase 30 herring baits being used for Fish of Mystery. I'll just record it like I have been. And let's say we take a look and see what we're doing this month in terms of what are they called? Paralogues, yes. Yes, I have played this game. I know what everything is called. Okay, we are in month 5. So it is this cursed foreign land and sky and dividing the worlds. And I guess we could finally go and do dealing with deserters. Seems like that would be fine. And then in month 6 we just have this one. The next month we have Retribution. We might do Retribution the next month, because why not? And the Ochain Shield is pretty sick. I'm definitely interested in that one. And then at that point it's just the Cursed Forgotten Hero, Legend of the Lake, and Sleeping Sand Legend. And we're already floating around the suggested level too. So we've got 3 months to increase that. Hopefully to trivialize it. I guess Eternal Guardian might be kind of tricky. We will probably want to have the Retribution Gambit equipped for that one. Which so far we've not really even leveled. Once a weapon gets 50 kills, each additional kill adds +1 to the crit chance if a unit has the crit skill. What the fuck? I am observing what I describe as the Elden Ring effect. So when you talked about the giant blobs of enemies, how else is Sigurd going to kill 50 plus units? So that is, again, emergent gameplay, emergent strategy. That's ridiculous, dude. I guess maybe by June I will have a stronger sense of what I am going to be playing for the rest of the series. Because I've been really hesitant to commit to playing one of the older games that I've never touched, because I don't want to play it and then have them remake it immediately. Okay, what am I even looking for over here? I can buy Arcane Crystal, so maybe I'm just looking for tea. Spill the tea, sister. Up, up, up. I saw you back there. Ooh, Morphous Plum. That's actually kind of good. But I still continue to think that there's no chance that they're going to remake FE4. So my guess is that that one will definitely be getting played as is. What's up, dude? Yeah, we have plenty of what you have to offer us. Oh, no. Oh, shoot. Shout out, Greedy3213, what's up? How dare you, Greedy, enter my chat and send us to a link that is not Big Follows. I only go to bigfellows.com for my needs. Greedy. I expect better from Greedy3213. For a split second I thought it said Gritty, and we had returned to the relatively blessed world of 2017 memes. Oh, life was simpler any day prior to today. Wasn't it? Literally any day in human history. Well, that of course is not true, but... Okay, we got nothing else to sell. Three Houses is the FE4 remake. I have heard that that spitballed before. Shit dog. Alright, what are we doing here? Yeah, we're getting those Rocky Burdocks now. I do feel really guilty when I look at my my finances and I see like 66,000 gold, and I start feeling like, oh, I gotta start conserving money, because I know that that is a fuck ton of money, and that people beat the game without spending any money. But those people are not me. No, stay away. Go away, cat. Those people are not me. I am a spender. And frankly, you know, they're not doing an Iron Man either. And even though their challenges are much harder, maybe the spending of money is not a good point of comparison, because that does keep you alive. I like transliterated, or I don't know, Verona and turnip in a really strange way, and I thought it said vomit, like when I first glanced at it. Let us not feed our children the vomit. Excuse me? No. Hang out, please. go. I am now actively spending activity points to remove the yellow smiley face from the list because I'm tired of looking at them. And to me, this is smart. Okay, so I should be able to get trained on flight by at least 3 people now. It's still gonna take a while. It's gonna take a while for Bo as well. Give it back! Give me the prompt back! Holy Blood / weapon equals Crest Blood weapons, 12 Crusaders, 12 Elites. Wait, there's a Bridget in that one too? I did see Hilda. Hilda's like an evil lady, it looked like. It looked like Hilda was a goth. Okay, surely I have a Verona. Yes. Wait, what am I doing? Alright, can you like... No. Who could teach me flight? Why did I look there? Why did I look there? So someone with an A, higher than mine. That's not him. He's the only one! I blew it! Yes, all the orange-haired people in one place. Very nice. Hilda, a villain from the second half of the game. Bridget changed from a location to an archer. Oh, okay. Now you're cheating now. That's cheating.
Yeah.
But I do remember in that, like Brian David Gilbert video that I have several clips from when he discussed Fire Emblem, like this one.
But sometimes you just need more meat for the grind, you know?
He did say that they had only reused like 3 names for units across the entire series. Oh, he can't even teach me flight. Oh, what a ripoff. What a ripoff. I want my money back. Grrr. Nominal. Okay. Let's buy more of those Master Seals. We should really only need like 1 more. Right, because everybody's in their final class, aside from a certain Dark Knight that needs to exist. Yeah. Okay, this is the last one I'm buying, I swear to God. What is the Silver Gauntlets Plus? Totally worthless. Well, I guess we're training on Bo. Going back to Hanneman. But I think, yeah, like Arthur and Lorenz were both used as names, and yeah, there was like 1 more. Kind of impressive. But I guess if you have names like Dorkass and stuff, it's kind of easy to avoid reusing the same name over and over. Alright, Shamir. Where you at? Where you at, girl? Ooh, you too. Okay, we planted. We bought our fishing stuff. We motivated the kids. Yes, we're down to very few smiling yellow faces. And most importantly, we'll be back. So I think we're good. Okay, this guy needs no training. You are not going to make it all the way to S, I'm pretty sure. So let's just get you your Fortify, and we can pretend that it's Physic. This girl knows what's up. And we would love it if you could somehow get to S. Not gonna happen. Then we got this lady over here. I mean, I guess we could just give her Caduceus and give Thyrsus to Flame, maybe? I don't know. Because she's going to have range for days. And we are pursuing this S+. In part because he's been so speed screwed. Or strength screwed. Yeah, I'm getting really lucky here. Like, she's not going to get to S+, that's the only one that would matter for her. He already got Alert Stance. I guess he does need to go to A+. And then after that, we want to focus on Bow, I think. We got 2 more. I guess he could end up getting to S, perhaps? He's going to get there for free, to at least A+. Yeah, who does this go to? Getting her to B, we discussed this. We discussed this by me talking to the camera, or talking at an adjacent angle to the camera, that even if we got her to a point where she could use a support gambit, it wouldn't really do much. Although I guess if she could equip the other Stride battalion at B, that would not be too crazy. Like, that would not hurt us, because she's not really using her gambits, but she might occasionally find a way to use a Stride gambit and not have to dance that same turn. I guess it makes it easier to use a person like this, who does not have Canto, as a Strider, if you've got Rescue on Flame. If you've got Rescue on Flame, you can do anything. So maybe she is the one to use some training time on now. Because I think she's done. So let's chase S+, I guess, with him. Don't know that that'll work. But we'll give it a shot. And let's go off the deep end completely with her. I mean, she just needs one more level. Yeah, this seems doable before endgame. For my quick research, Arthur in 4 in Fates, Kane, Dean, Lorenz. First same name, playable character, not same. 5 doesn't count as much, because less official names. Interesting, though. That's true, right? Because that's the one they never translated at all. That's pretty quick and comprehensive research, Meower. I don't think I could have done that nearly as quickly. Okay, group tasks. Does that change any? We're on Skywatch. I don't think this really matters anymore. I guess maybe we could somehow find a way to get Linhardt or Flame movement +1. That would be more likely to be useful than, I guess, anything for the Flyers. So, sure, why not? Okay, we're in the chase down phase here for basically everybody. She got what she needed. Again, this is pointless. She's not going to get anything useful for her. And that's also kind of true of him after he gets A+. Linhardt, God, I would die for him to get S. But again, I don't think that's going to happen. Sylvain. Annette. There's no flying A battalion that she would benefit from. So again, this is just pointless. Teth, Flane. I guess for this month, Flane. No, you're gonna get it no matter what. You're gonna get it no matter what. You don't need to focus on that. Hanneman. Oh, we should have been training Hanneman, huh? Okay, we'll do that next time. Yeah, take my word for it. I'm a professor. Oh, see, you're a good test taker. You are using the seams of the system to your advantage. Boy, this totally doesn't matter. Because she has no chance of using anything but Impregnable Wall. Classes you might enjoy, what? Are you kidding me? Is that not her whole thing, that she's a tryhard? Like her and Lysithea? Whatever. Doesn't matter. I thought that said command. Commend or praise? Or nod? Nod. Okay, give me the charm anyway. That's a really long cord on that TV. Okay, Flane. You're the final person at 87% odds.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
All right. That's it. Wow, we're done. We are done. I can hardly believe it. Right? There's like nothing else to get for anybody. I mean, I guess maybe there will be a point at which we would want Sniper Leone for like a really high-end fight in the Colosseum, perhaps, but that seems unlikely. He does not need Holy Knight, that's for damn sure. Yeah, it's finally over. We have triumphed. Like, you get nothing for certifying as Warlock. Yes. Okay. You know, I'm interested also to see if Flane is pulling away in magic now. So she's got 32 magic. And Linhardt has 28. Level 33 to her level 34. Okay. So she is starting to pull away a little bit. Because when she first switched over to Holy Knight, and he first switched over to Dark Knight, they were like the exact same stats. There is a reason to believe it's Kane FE1 and Kane with a K FE5 because it's able in Alva. Oh, interesting. Yeah, well, I mean, if Final Fantasy V taught me anything in terms of localizing Japanese content, that maybe we should not be trusting the names that they come up with as fans for translations. Okay, yes, we are good to explore. Why did I go here? I should have enough seeds. We are no longer living paycheck to paycheck on our seeds. Whoops, not those. I feel like I should replay Final Fantasy V one day. I always see that like Final Fantasy V Fiesta that they do each year, like each summer. And I always think that might be fun to do, but I never do it. I certainly do not have mastery of that game. Fun fact. Fun fact. Would you like to hear a fun fact? Today, I just realized this as I was speaking, reminds me a lot of Final Fantasy V. And the reason for that is so fucking depressing. On September 11th, 2001, I was playing Final Fantasy V on my Sony PlayStation when my grandparents walked into my bedroom and said, "Turn on the TV." I don't know why today has that same kind of feeling to me, but it does. So Final Fantasy V, yes, stuck in my brain in a bad way. So I only actually played it that time, and then when I had foot surgery in 2010, I had to stay off my foot. So I played it on a laptop in bed. It was much more fun on an emulator. Speeding things up. Did we actually feed everybody? That's not cursed at all. No, absolutely not. I was thinking about September 11th, so I didn't even pay attention if I was done eating. Yeah, and it's also a really surreal. I guess like everybody who was old enough at that time has really strong memories of like the days afterwards as well. So I had, you're just missing the cut. My girlfriend and I had been planning to go to Disneyland, like September 13th. And so I remember we did it, and it was really somber. I mean, like, I guess Disneyland, I'm not like a Disneyland person. Let's just say we only went because she wanted to go. But yeah, if you want to make Disneyland feel even more surreal, I guess, go 2 days after September 11th. Oh, we never checked the statues. But yeah, I remember where I was in Final Fantasy V when I got that news. I was in the library. I was fighting those dudes in the books. Only 800 points. That's not good enough. That's not enough. Carolyn, hey, good morning. In 1 minute, it will be morning for me as well. So yeah, I think we'll call it. We'll call it morning. Hope you're having a good one. There we go. Making up for my mistake the last time I got training. My misentered button command. Nice. So if we are doing one auxiliary fight, I don't think we're going to actually have Alert Stance Plus by the time we do the mission map. Might be close. That's right, we were doing bow training, weren't we? Teach me the art of the bow.
Sensei, どう?
It takes so long to get an A+ in something that you do not have a class benefit for.
先生
Okay, anyone else? Yeah, that's gotta be it. That's gotta be it. Oh no, Leone. Surely Leone is higher than me. Did you save that link? I clicked on it and it's open in another tab. So yes, the Fire Emblem Thracia 776 translation drama Project Exile and Little Manster. That's so what a great name, Little Manster. It sounds like an invective. Also interesting that it's 10 minutes long. That is quite a bit of drama to unfold if you've got 10 minutes of it. Okay, this was not the day that we were fishing. Maybe I will end up fishing. It'll only take like 5 minutes or so to fish 25 times, right? Yes. Lysithia. Ooh, how did we leave Lysithia out? Because I was thinking about 9/11. Totally normal.
先生、やっぱり。ありがとう。ありが。
Okay. And thank you for sending that. I have so much to learn about the series in general, and that part of it especially. I guess the only translation stuff I ever really paid attention to was Secret of Mana 3 and Final Fantasy V, because those were the games kind of in the prime of my gaming life that I was kind of eagerly awaiting. Like, even Mother 3 was when I was preoccupied with other stuff. Okay, we're done here. So even though Mother 3 would have been the equivalent of those if it had been earlier in my life, I just didn't really follow along with that. I do need to play Mother 3 though. There we go. Hey, we're about to get her Physic. Physic. A really low range Physic. You know what? We did say that it was Hanneman, right? Where is he? He's below. There we go. Yeah, so easy to get up to C. That would be a waste to not do that. Okay, so I guess she would also care if she could get a fair, and I suppose she does have good odds of getting it, so I guess we'll chase it all the way to S+. Because why not? If anyone's gonna get there, it's gonna be her. Watched another from that creator speculating on Kaga's departure. I laugh at that part. Kaga left before 5 released, so it wasn't the poor sales caused him to leave. All I think is Kaga left at 0 sales. Kaga saw the writing on the wall, perhaps. Kaga took the L and walked with it in a cardboard box out to his car and left the premises. Okay, 2 more. Who we got? Oh yeah, she's gonna get there. Okay, last one. Do we want you? Probably. Yeah, Ferdinand's gonna get that on his own. And that's fine, because he has Alert Stance equipped, he doesn't even have room for an S skill. Or even an S plus skill. I guess you could be talked into just replacing Deathblow with it, and just eating 1 point of damage on player phase for 5 extra points on enemy phase, for a unit that could potentially do a meaningful amount of enemy phasing. But that probably doesn't really matter, and he's not going to get to S plus anyway. All I think of when I see Hanneman, again, to tell you how old I am, is, what is that? Was that a Chingy song, or was that T.I., where he describes someone as like wild like the Taliban? Hanneman, wild like the Taliban. I do not think Hanneman is a Taliban sympathizer, if you're asking for my honest opinion about it. My speculation, Kaga won't give up control of the series, so IS gives it up for him. A big part of making games is making deadlines. Yeah, the whole, like, I would like to explore the thought of releasing an SNES game in the year 2000. Like, I would like to be the fly on the wall, as they say, as that decision was being made. And I would like to apportion some blame, perhaps.
Sensei.
Cool. Wonder what it says. Fortify. So what is her fortify range? It's magic divided by 4? If memory serves. Dang, so she's actually looking pretty good with that. Because I would say, man, if you had like a 10 range fortify, that's like awesome. So she could get there. And I guess we could even help her along, right? Like we could start farming for premium magic herbs, or whatever it is that you can farm along those lines. She does a Dark Knight, right? We did actually switch her class. Yes. Very nice. My future wife makes a mean speedfish. Take a bite of this fish and see how fast you run through the house.
It's turbo time!
Hell yeah. You're gonna be jumping up and down on the couch cushions. You're gonna be losing your goddamn mind. But Brad, you never take damage anyway. That is the goal. You know, we have joked about how useless the rescue is and what a luxury it is. But there may be a time, it is much more likely for it to be the case, that the speed bails me out more than the rescue does. You know what? Let's just get Felix in there. Congratulations, yellow smiley face. Turn that frown upside down. Become green like the rest of us. But I do hate taking damage. Ooh, I hate it so much. Someone's streaming Indigo Prophecy tonight. Maybe that will be the next game after Heavy Rain. The streamer showed off a signed book by Tommy Wiseau. I get the same vibes. I'm the greatest at writing. Watch this. Amazing. Indigo Prophecy I have not actually played, but I own it. So it's only a matter of time before it goes on stream. Wow, I'm actually kind of short on meals here. Hope y'all like 2-fish sauté. Fried crayfish. I don't even have happy. Damn, I'm not overlooking anything. They just hate these meals. Lycidia, get in there with Eloise. It's a celebration. Enjoy yourselves. Played the first few hours and later read the plot. I cannot wait. Heavy Rain is going to be the highlight of my entire year. It is going to make this painful run worth it. Alright, we're gonna have to actually go and like feed those people flowers. Which is very annoying. I'm kind of wondering how this happened. Maybe it's partially because I'm using different people than I normally do. Like Hanneman, etc. Oh, that helps. I think he just said Pog, standing in his room alone, absolutely pogging out of his mind as he looks at the literature in front of him.
Sensei.
Yeah, it's really all coming back to me, this feeling of being done with everybody's classes, of having all of the skills mastered that I needed, and then losing the fucking run immediately. Because we had just deployed Holy Knight Bernadetta. Like, that just happened. Ooh, what do we got here? Not important. Okay, Linhart. Oh, that's it. Okay. That's easy. No, 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 no. Yes, let's try to not collect that. Okay. Ooh, it's time for a little midnight fishing. Oh my god, 42 of them. Oh. Well, this is fun. Well, I'll take that. I am greedy. So Kuroi did make a joke that I am going to follow through on, which is when I'm done on my YouTube channel where I am... Whoops, shit, that's the purple one. I am going to put together all of the fishing streams that I've recorded and put it into a playlist. So if anyone's interested in maybe like 8 straight hours of fishing, I'm your guy. Go to my YouTube page. Don't care. 3 characters met at military academy, knowing one day they might have to fight each other. Pretty general plot line there. Well, that's the last fight anyway, so I guess I'm getting another purple. One thing I never understood when I would play this, and I would play it with online, I could make the Fodlandi available for other people to buy, and people would buy it for like 9,000 gold, and so I would come back the next day, and I would have sold like 4 of them, and I'd make like some ungodly amount of money. I don't know why people were, I'm going to let that one pass, were buying it in the first place. I think maybe because they just had a bunch of money and they wanted to be nice and buy it for no real purpose. But who knows? When Twitch plays 3 houses, the fishing parts will be the best parts. Oh my god. I can't believe that Twitch actually completes games like that. I've spent maybe a total of 1 minute watching like a Twitch plays stream. It was so chaotic, and it was so frustrating to watch. I don't know how people pay attention. I don't know how people participate and don't lose their minds. Come on. This is like 20% odds to get a Goddess Messenger, is it not? Or am I doing the wrong one? Maybe this isn't the right day. Oh, well, there we go. Almost a pro gamer moment. I'm interested in someone fishing for me. Yeah, you and everyone else, Cronolin. 2 in a row. Look at that. Ooh. It's slow on the uptake on that one. I will once again say that the ring is so biased to the inside. It favors the inside so much. I routinely am just outside of the circle and get a good, and I'm sometimes way beyond the inside of the circle and get an excellent, or whatever it's called, or a perfect. I would like to see how they actually coded the allowances or tolerances there. Call it the Flane list. Yeah, maybe it'll be like for Flane's eyes only, or something like that. Well, I'll take that. Come on. I was doing it one-handed. That's my excuse. Kind of a lot of gold. So when I stream again, which I guess is going to be Saturday, my Saturday, again it's Thursday night for me right now, we're going to get straight to an auxiliary fight, Hilda's paralogue, and the one we failed. So we will be at the fireworks factory almost immediately at the start of the stream. So that will be something. I do think with the fishing ring, IS went, how can we program this to enrage rhythm gamers? And it also doesn't help that it's jittery too. Like the Switch does not frame lock it. It is much easier in handheld mode than on TV. Alright, almost halfway there. The FE matches aren't perfect. They all ended up being different characters. Most entirely Three Houses writers talked about the connections to 4 during an interview. Well, I guess they did have 4 on the mind. I have to assume at this point that there is like literally like probably 2 people on the team that have any connection to the games prior to the year 2000. I don't know. Maybe there was a guy who was sweeping floors during FE4 that's like now leading a team. I'll take it. Because I'm greedy. I did have that phrase in mind earlier today. Kaga would never. I think you have poisoned me, Meower. Forget to close the garage door? Kaga would never. Like, just applying it to any old thing that I think of. Man. Paid the price for that one. Probably doing better than Blizzard. I'd say so. Oh no, my capture card. Fuck. And I pressed, oh my gosh, I pressed it on purple too. So I'm now fishing a purple. How frustrating. But I am getting better at this, I swear. Alright, I'm going to leave my prize on the screen for us to return to it in a moment. So the trick is, I unplug the capture card, I let my display switch back over to my PC, I plug it back in, I sit back down, I open my camera, I switch back to the HDMI port. My display is very nice, which means it takes forever to do basic tasks. And once it's back, I go back to the Elgato, I deactivate it in OBS, and then I activate it again. There it is. You gonna finish that tonight? Kaga would never. Perfect way to tie it together. Brilliantly done. A+. 10 out of 10. 1000%. There you go. A 1000% for you. Like, I know we're not supposed to fish all at once. I know that we're exploiting the system that wasn't given 5 seconds of thought. But all I can say is I just wish that they did give it like 10 seconds of thought and maybe just make it so you did have to fish all of your bait each month to prevent this type of shit from happening. This is like slowing me down. I would almost prefer to not get these. But if I see it, I have to do it. Well, this is fun. If I see the fish that I want, I have to get it. It actually is pretty tough for me to resist pressing it on the red ones. Because I am so bullhead hungry. And those are such good professor points early on when I'm really struggling to get that to A+. I do feel like I've been a little bit unlucky. I feel like you normally do get one every five, I don't know what the word is, I'm too tired. 5 instances of fishing, with an instance being defined as like up to 4 pulls of your bait. This goddess messenger better taste good. Ho ho. Like that one was like one of the better ones and got called a good. Very unpredictable. I have no idea who's streaming right now, so if anybody has a raid target in mind, please let me know, because we will be done within 10 minutes here. Ooh la la! Perfect. According to Yuri, it's barely quality. Intense water animations killing your frames. Switch Pro, please. I'm begging you, Nintendo. Please stop. Stop with this shit. General producer, executive producer, and sound supervisor have credits on FE4. Nice, they did stick around. That probably explains why the games are still generally good and fun. I think we're gonna get a goddess messenger on the last bait. I think that's they're gonna send the crowd home happy. You gotta give the people what they want. Come on, one more goddess messenger. One more. Ooh, baby. Like that second to last one was like kissing the circle. Just barely touching it and was still perfect. I mean, it has trained me to time it for those instances, so I am trying to do that. Oh, 2 in a row. My whining has worked. Okay. I don't even know when I'm going to use these. So I'll use them all on the final map, I guess. But then I'm going to have extra, so I don't know which month would be best to use the extra. Maybe this month. No, I guess the fog map month. So I guess the second to last month. Alright, that's it. Thank God. Ooh, hello. Okay, are the kids happy? The kids are happy. Is it just Hanman? Yes. There is nothing to sell. Let's double check our stone situation, shall we?
いらっしゃいませ。こちらでよろしいですね。ありがとうございます。またどうぞ。
Yeah, we got plenty of money. So I think we're good. Honestly, maybe we can get him all the way up to B at this point. He still has what, 3 months to go, maybe? Could happen. I could see it occurring. But Kaga, I mean, considering Breath of the Wild exists and considering that this is made by Koei Tecmo, I blame the devs more, but yes, the Switch is a bit anemic. Yeah, I mean, I know that people take it a little too far and say it was old tech in 2017 when it came out. It's like, it was old, but it was kind of doing what it was intended to do. Kind of fit the target, you know? But, I mean, it's now 5 years later, and I press the menu button on Bravely Default 2 and it stutters. Like, it's just unacceptable. My frames! Sad to see Gunpei Yokoi as a producer for FE4. And at a reasonable price. Well, you know, question mark there. Alright, we're closing in. It's almost time for the B. Wow, so yeah, next month for sure. Again, we decided that was free. And that this was our investment. This is our work in progress. We're gonna change him, guys. He's gonna be a good man by the time we're done with him. So who does this go to? Who's our last investment here? Ferdinand really doesn't matter. She doesn't matter. She's got A+. He hopefully will never be used. I guess it's Flane with the desperate attempt at getting to S. And I suppose she could do it. Nothing has changed here, I have to assume. Yeah, he'll get that next map. Okay, this is the change. Just slowing me down. But I again, am too greedy. Until I actually have a victory for an Iron Man, I will accept every bit of help that the game will offer me. Oh, he's not horny at all. I'm gonna keep pressing him until he files a grievance against me. Aren't you turned on by the monks, Raph? Doesn't the Pope make you horny? Go back to your room. You offer me nothing. Go home. Drive me crazy. Hanneman. Hanneman. There will be a hymn about how this enemy is going to fuck you up when you go fight him later.
この歌
先生
Well, I guess that's nice that Mercedes got that.
かなり多少
Damn, they really expected those guys to get an A in writing. And they're just now getting B+, basically.
一歩一歩
力の習得
It is too difficult to get the men writing when they are mages. Unless you can literally put them in as a backpack as a paladin, or cav prior to that. Useless. Okay, we are not battling tonight, but it is 5:24. We have one auxiliary fight we'll do, probably for the meat. Yes, we will do the meat battle. We will be meaty men slapping meat. And then we will go and do Hilda's, and then Foreign Land and Sky for our payback match. Saturday night. Probably like 8 or 9 p.m. PST. Very late at night for a lot of you. But that's what it's going to be. And then hopefully we make it past. Hopefully we make it to Fort Marseilles, which is a really easy map that we are just going to go and kill the Death Knight on in like 3 turns. And we will move on with our lives. And then, honestly, the end is in sight. Retribution also very free. This one mostly free. The main story maps essentially free. It's just about getting to the last 3. Forgotten Hero, I run quite a bit. Pretty familiar with it. Don't foresee too many issues there. Not sure what to think about Sleeping Sand Legend because I never run it. I guess if the yellow units get in my way, that could be a problem. We have a lot of flyers. I think we'll just go like sweep up the yellow units as quickly as possible, take our time with the rest, and then position ourselves southeast of the monster. Hopefully one turn it, like one round it, I guess. Yeah, I guess a turn. Turn is right. One turn. But that'll take probably some lucky crits with killer weapons, perhaps. I don't know. Not sure if it's going to be worth it to gamble on crits on killers, or would it be smarter to maybe just use Lewin and Lance of Ruin and all that shit instead. Tough to say. We'll have to explore both of them, probably mid-map once we are at steady state. But I'm pretty sure we can finish it in 2 turns before the flyers get to us. And then Legend of the Lake, I do run that one semi-often. I know where the reinforcements spawn from. I know how to prevent them from spawning by placing a unit onto the magic tile. I know that the boss is magically based in terms of damage output. Having enough knowledge to... Oh, do I press it again? I said the word. I keep saying the word. There it is, right there.
Knowledge.
Having that knowledge, you would think that I would be able to do that successfully, but I don't know. You never know with that map. Fog of War, same turn reinforcements. What a combo. But we are closing in. Hoping next Saturday, maybe we can do the finale. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 real fights. What chapter is this? Chapter 18. So what is that? 4 more. So we've got 10 fights. We have 10 hours. And we do like 4 to 5 hours kind of on average. So seems doable to me. So maybe we'll be done-ish like Tuesday of next week, and I'll just like wait until Saturday to finish it. I have a couple people IRL who are interested in seeing the finale if we are able to make it there. I'm sorry, Meower, did you say something?
Knowledge.
Oh, I think you did. Yes, yellow. Yellow. Knowledge. I read the word yellow and said it. You can tell how tired I am. What do we have here? I missed a biggish one. FE4 graphic designer is first person listed in 3 houses. Interesting. First and third credits in FE4. Tough to know how important a person is in a game's development, but doing by ordering credits is a good basic guide. Huh. I do wonder when I go back and play it if I will really feel the connection, the connective tissue between the games. Yellow units in Macwheel? I don't know how to pronounce it. Run away from the wyverns and aggro the boss early, causing one set of non-ambush wyverns and spawning ambush wyverns from then on. Well, I'm going to have to hustle. I'm going to have to get away from the top left as quickly as possible. I know that much. So maybe I just send the murder ball to the right, or maybe just straight down and then to the right, since that's where most of the yellows are. Maybe I can just like warp Byleth or probably Ferdinand over to the thieves at the top right. I think there's what, 1 thief at the top right? Can probably handle himself against both the wyvern as well as the thief, and then just sweep the rest of them across the bottom of the map. Ambush wyverns spawn at the end of the yellow turn, and that's before mine. First wyverns are only non-ambush because yellows act before you do. Interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look pretty closely at that map. My lack of familiarity might be my undoing, much as it was with Petra's. But now I have the fear of God, I think you would call it. No matter how good I play tactically, and how good my roster is, and how many advantages I have as a player, I must respect the ambush spawns. I cannot reposition, warp, and rescue my way out of every jam, it turns out. I must respect the mods. Respect the mods. That's the new phrase. List of movies first person and cast got paid the most, and each person below less. Not always true, but generally yes. Yeah, that would make sense that would be the same here as well. You could make the first wyverns ambush ones if you trigger the boss yourself. One mistake and you're out of the game. Yeah, you're never going to make it to the big game that way.
Alright, let's toss the ball around.
Okay.
Okay. That's what I say. Okay. Alright, who is streaming on the internet? Oh my gosh, is it Professor Gray himself? We never get to raid Professor Gray. Doing a bit of the maddening non-New Game Plus Golden Deer. That's true, it is his weekend. Well, let's go see, let us ignore Cronferor, who is playing Fates, which is my favorite game, because we raid him often, and go send traffic to Professor Gray, who we never raid because he is on like completely different times than I am. Alright, well, thank you guys for hanging out. See you Saturday night, USA PST. And I hope you guys have a very nice Friday or Saturday or whatever. And that you stay safe in this really crazy, weird world we find ourselves in. So, see y'all later. Hang out for the raid. And ta-ta for now.
Dump it. Trash it. This one's garbage.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Snake, are you okay? Snake? Snake? Predictable.